Hello everyone. Happy Sunday. Happy Sunday. My god, it's really cold here. Happy Sunday everyone. Thank you all so much for joining the stream. I hope you all are doing well. As always, I hope you're doing better than me and that your week has been a great one and that your weekend has been also a very good one. Welcome to the Chill Art Sunday everyone. Reptane, welcome to the stream. Thank you so much for joining. Arf, please, I really hope I'm not butchering your name, but ArfBK, thank you so much for joining the stream. Welcome. Welcome everybody, welcome, thank you so much. Happy Sunday. Shall we work on some art today? Yes, we shall. So let's go on and open the project, the file for the project. I just had a brain fart. Point is, let's work on that commission that I should have finished over a year ago, in fact. And I really am hoping and expecting that I actually can finish these line arts today. Because I am really looking forward to not just simply finishing this commission, but also I just want to get coloring. I love coloring. I love painting, I love doing the shading. And as you know, do final line arts with vectors is something that I consider boring. I like vectors, but they are a bit tedious. Alright, so let me see what have I done so far on the last Chill Art Sunday, and let's see what is the next step that I gotta do. So I remember talking about having to fix this paw here. It is not necessarily wrong or incorrect or defective, but there is something about this paw that I remember was bugging me. So I remember mentioning that I should do something about this paw, fix whatever needs fixing there. Something about it is not right. I believe I mentioned something about maybe detailing these claws a little bit like I did with these here, though I'm still unsure on that because of the perspective at which we are looking at them. Hey Reptane, happy Sunday, welcome back. And what else? Yeah, I think that's about it actually. Well, besides drawing the line art for this wing, of course, which, besides fixing this paw and maybe those claws, should be the only and last thing to do for the layer of the body. So yeah, once I do this and the wing, then all that you see in black here, all of this can be exported as a PNG file to become one layer in Photoshop. Okay, let me see if I can do something to make this paw look better. The hell did I just do? Oh, okay. My bad, I pressed the wrong key on the keyboard. Yeah. I don't know why I decided to press P on the keyboard. And in CorelDRAW, if you have something selected, what P does is center whatever you have selected. That's why the sketch came back into view here. But no, for what I want to do here now, whatever it is that I want to do, I need the sketch to be gone. Yeah, I'm not really sure what exactly is wrong about this ball here. There's something that isn't right. Something wrong isn't right. It looks better on the sketch. Maybe it's the distance between this line and this line on the final line art here. Maybe they are too close together. Or maybe it's the curvature of this line here, on this upper area. Maybe I didn't curve it quite right. Yeah, that might be it. Well, let's see if I can fix that. So yes, everyone, today I am once again working with vectors. So I do apologize if you find this boring, but as I have explained before, if I don't bring vectors back to the stream, I am never gonna get anything done. So unfortunately this is a must. And again, it's not that I don't like doing vectors, I do. It's just that they take too long and I personally don't really find them to be that interesting. There's rarely anything to ever talk about when I am working with vectors. Yeah, this here is not working. Okay, this might work if I curve this here a little more like that. No, that's not good enough. Okay, that will do. Now for this bit over here. Now that went way too far. Well, that might work actually. This is still way too long, but I can erase that in Photoshop later. No problem. What is concerning me here now is the shape of this line. Also, this area here is way too flat. And now there's a corner poking out. Now there's two corners poking out. I know. If I do this, I'm gonna have a little more freedom as to how and where I can perform the curvature here. Perform the curvature? How I can do the curvature. That's not good enough. Okay, this might work. Although down here it's looking a little weird. This song is basically my brain whenever I try to do math. Ah, that is looking much better. Okay, I fixed the ball. put the sketch back on the center and save this. Always save your progress frequently, my guys, whatever you're doing. Yeah, there you go. It was indeed that line that was throwing off everything about this ball. Right, now about maybe detailing the claw a little bit. Actually, didn't declaw? No. Do not declaw your dragons. They would not like it. If you try to declaw a dragon, the dragon will probably de-live you. No, but seriously. I didn't do any detailing on these claws on this sketch, except for on this paw here, but this was mostly because of the angle at which we are looking at this paw. I'm not sure if I should do any kind of detailing on these claws as well. I'll do it. Let's see what that is going to look like. Are you keeping up? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. Are you keeping up? Cause the Commodore is keeping up with you. Are you guys keeping up with the Commodore? You know, whenever I listen to this song, it makes me want to have an actual Commodore 64 and an Amiga. Maybe someday, if I am in a good enough financial situation, I might go after those computers. As a matter of fact, something that I wish I could do is to have not necessarily a big collection, but at least a small collection of some vintage computer hardware. Just emulate it. Yeah, that's what I do currently. I emulate them. But I do wish I had the actual real thing, you know. Not that I actually would be using it frequently. I probably wouldn't. But I would like to have the actual hardware, the real stuff, the real deal. But yeah, not just those. I actually wish I had a kind of a little collection of vintage computer hardware. I like that stuff. Okay, this can be better. It's not bad, but it can be a lot better. But yeah, I do emulate this stuff. Actually, so much so that here, let me show you. Let me open RetroArch. Give it a moment. There. I actually set up a Amiga workbench in RetroArch, and I installed programs and a few games on this thing. And actually, let me show you something real quick. Let's boot it up. Intuition is attempting to reset the workbench screen. Please close all windows except drawers. Just try again. Let me show you. Let's pause the music. Where is it? I think it's going to be in disk, utilities. Ah, here, say. This is a very ancient text-to-speech voice synthesizer. I mean. Are you keeping up with the Commodore? Where's the question mark on the this keyboard is not set properly for my layout. That's an L. No. There we go. Now I just hit enter, right?
Are you keeping up with the Commodore?
Oh, that was very quiet. But yeah, there we go. That was basically the voice of a Commodore Amiga. But yeah, by the way, I don't know if it is obvious, but I like green. Anyway, yeah, emulate it, sure, I do. But I wish I had the real deal. Okay, let's go back to Windows. Okay, that there is looking pretty good. Let's do the same thing for the others. No, this needs to be a little longer, lower, and more curved over here also. This here needs to go over here. I'll give this here 3.6. It's not great, but it's not terrible. Let's make it better. It's better, but it can still be better. Even more better, so let's make it better. There we go. Now that is just right. Now I just got to do the same thing for these two claws here. Oh, I got this one right. Perfect. On the first go. Fantastic. Now just one more, and I should be done with this ball. Can you actually get a gluten overdose from too much bread? I don't think that's a real thing. Alright, this is a stupid question, but just out of curiosity, I'm going to ask my phone. Can you get a gluten overdose from too much bread?
I found these results.
I was hoping my phone would just tell me. What happens if you eat too much gluten? Because they don't have celiac disease. That is the only reason to not eat gluten. Gluten is not harmful. It is a nutritious protein. That doesn't really tell me anything. I'll just go with nothing happens. Unless you are actually allergic to the thing. Happy Sunday, Dragon Boy. Welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. The shape of that one there is fine, but it is too short and too thin. Let's make this longer and a little thicker. Yeah, that's better, but it's still a little too thin. Watch out now, my little friend, 'cause Sharpspeare's looking mean. I've had enough of you, so time to be my puppet on a string. I've had enough. Yeah, there we go, that works. Okay, let's save this. And I believe that with this ball is actually complete. Let us now work on the wing. For this line here, I'm not going to use a single line. Well, technically I am, but What I mean is, I'm not going to use a single line like this one here, for example, that ends on a flat end. No. What I would do instead is basically draw a not quite a triangle, but I'm gonna have a pointy end like this here, here and here, and then just thicken up the whole thing so it will look like one single line. What the hell am I talking about? What do I mean? I don't know how to explain. I'll just do it. So you just sit back and watch. The only thing about this is that I need to make it so the thickness will be similar to lines such as this one here and this one here. Okay, that is not too bad. However, that's going way too far. Need to make this a lot shorter than that. Now, if I start to have troubles getting this done right, I'll just ditch it and go along with a single flat line and just pointify the thing. That should be a lot easier than to try and get this here done in the proper way. Okay, over here, that seems to be a little too thick. I am working on a commission, Dragon Boy. Until this commission is done, this is the only project that I should be working on for the next few Chill Art Sundays. Until further notice, anyway. Yeah, I can make this work, but I don't want to. I just do this. I'll just use this line here and just pointify the thing. I don't want to spend much time with that line there. There. The line is now in the correct position. Let's move on. Now, I could have drawn this wing on the last Chill Art Sunday, but it was already getting late, I was hungry, and this would take quite some time. Which it will take some time today, but today I have more time, since I am doing this at the start of the show. Let's put this down here. Oh, that is perfect. Okay, I think this part here is done. Let's now do this one up here. I don't know if you can tell, but there's a little corner happening right here. See, the curve is not smooth. Here's one of the many things, and I actually have demonstrated this before. One of the many things that is magical about vectors. If I had freehanded this, I would have to erase this line and draw it again, but with vectors, I can just delete this anchor point, and look at that. The line just fixed itself. No need to erase or redraw anything. I love that. Oh no, this is not going to take just 3 streams, Dragon Boy. No, this is definitely going to take more. I am just expecting the line arts will be finished today. And of course, I may be completely off on my estimates, but I am expecting that next Sunday I will be working on painting all of this. Painting and start shading. Well, maybe not shading, but work on the background. I still want to redo that background, which isn't finished at this stage. I just got started on it, but I am not very happy with what I got there so far. I'm still not sure what exactly I'm gonna actually be doing for the background. I just know that I want to do something better than what I got there so far. And I know I can do something better. Yeah, look at that. That is looking pretty good. I reckon this is going to require at least 3 anchor points. At least 3 anchor points to get started with. Because of course, as I go, I make more. And then I end up deleting some of the previous ones. But that is all part of the process. And you know what? I might not even need 3, only these 2 here. One here on that end and one on this end. Only these 2 might be enough. Yeah, there we go. I did it. Good, perfect. Let's save. You can bet on me explaining myself over and over that it's gonna take at least 1 or 2 more streams with your talent level. Should that be an insult? Even though you are too fast at assuming stuff. I'm not fast at assuming stuff. If anything, I am too slow. No, this here should take... If I don't finish these line arts today, I should be finishing them on the next short Sunday. But I'm still expecting to finishing these today. Thank you, Arf. Am I pronouncing your name right? I hope I am. If I am not, please do correct me and accept my apologies. Let's make an anchor point here just to hold that curve in place, because I need to delete this one here. There we go. Oh, this is perfect. See, this is one of the reasons why I like working with vectors so much. All I needed to do was make 1 anchor point somewhere here and delete 1 here, and look at this. The line is exactly in the position that I wanted it to be. It is perfect. If I were drawing these lines, these final line arts, freehanding them, I would have to redo this line several times over until I finally got it right. Most likely, of course. But with vectors, all I gotta do is shape them. It's so easy. Takes some time, yes. Sometimes, but overall it's easy. I really like it. I really, really do. Okay, this area here is a little too flat now. Yeah, I kind of feel like this needs to curve outwards a little bit more, but let's not bother with that just yet. That is good. Now for this little detail here, this should not be difficult. It should be basically the same thing that I have done for the claws. Though this here is supposed to be like a continuation of this line over here. So let's make this thing, this blue thing, match the black line there. So I can curve it just right and it will look like that line is actually going this way. That doesn't feel right. Yeah, no, that is way too long. Let's shorten this up. Now it's going way too far. Hold up, I can fix this. Check this out. Ta-da! It's done. Nothing like a little bit of trickery to get things done right. Okay, let's draw the rest of this wing. wait a minute. Am I really supposed to curve this line over here like that? I don't think I am. Nah, I am. I am. Now you see this corner here? This is supposed to be a smooth curve. So let's make it into one. There, it's done. All vectors are awesome. I just need to tweak this a little bit. There we go. Oh, good. Now let's remove this anchor point. Let me check something here on the other screen real quick. Okay. Is it me or this line here is a little wonky? It is a little wonky. How can I fix this? By curving right here a little bit more. Yeah, there we go. Now it's no longer wonky. Now it is just right. Okie dokie, that line there is done. Jesus Christ! Thank you, Vivaldi. Yeah. Okay, so okay, so my browser, Vivaldi, it has this feature where you can set reminders. And I plugged in one of my stylus pens from one of my drawing tablets. This one has a built-in battery in it, rechargeable battery. I plugged it in and I set a reminder on Vivaldi to remind me to unplug the pen after it was on charging. And now it is time to unplug the pen. And this thing is so loud. Oh my God. Alright, thank you, Vivaldi. Thank you for the reminder. I can unplug the pen now. Let me put it away. Jeez, that genuinely scared the hell out of me. Oh, might as well clip it. Hang on, I'm putting away the pen and the base for the pen. Excuse me. I don't think I can change the sound it makes when a reminder comes up, can I? I remember I couldn't some time ago, but I don't know if they have changed that. Customize toolbar, set date, notification sound. Yeah, and I cannot set a custom sound. I can only set one of these three presets. Tada, rooster, and ding. How does the ding sound like? Let's see. Test. Let's set this to ring at 3:58, which is the next minute. Let's see what that one sounds like. If it is less scary. In the meantime, let's keep working on this wing. Oh, that is startling, but not as startling as the ta-da! Okay, this can still get me if I am distracted. You know what? Screw it. I'm just gonna keep the ta-da. It is more spooky. No, well, not spooky, but more startling. But it is definitely more entertaining. I'll keep that. Make the fart sound your alert. Yeah, unfortunately, there is no option to set a custom sound. There's only those three there. But yeah, if I could set custom sounds, a fart could definitely be not a pretty option, but certainly a somewhat entertaining one. Albeit it would be gross. Well, I just broke the line. It's fine. This is easily fixable. There, now we raise this a little bit. Okay, this part of the line, it is just right, but this area here is completely borked. So one way to fix it without breaking this side here is by having an anchor point right here, and then deleting this one, and adjusting this part here. And now I broke the thing again. Dragon Boy, you cannot break what is already broken. That's like trying to get a fish completely soaked wet right after you have just pulled it out of the water. You can't make something that is already wet even wetter. Okay, this is mostly right. I feel like this line here on this area needs some more tweaking, but now is not the time. Let's get all of the basics in place first, like finish this lower area here, for example. Because only then I will have a clear view of how this line should actually be placed, positioned. Well, I know, but it will be easier to discern once I have all the basics in place. What am I doing? No, this part here requires a couple extra anchor points. Yeah, there we go. Bye, Dragon Boy. See you again in a few minutes. Born without you here? You don't know that you're Sully, do you? Okay, that there needs fixing, but I'm not going to fix that immediately. Yeah, I zoomed out way too much. It's a good one, isn't it, Ripting? By the way, that song with the bird, the red bird, I forgot the name. I had to remove that from the playlist. YouTube did not like it. Or more precisely, the copyright system did not like it. No, I know from the NCH videos. Yeah, the stream seems to be buffering right now, and my stream health on OBS is very poor right now. Oh, am I losing internet? Yep. OBS just disconnected, great. So I am presumably still connected to the internet. Have I lost connection actually? No, it's still connected. What the hell is going on? This is weird. See, if I try to browse, everything loads fast, So I still have internet connection, but OBS itself is disconnected. And you know what else is weird? Apparently Picarto is still streaming. Because you gotta remember, I am still experimenting on streaming to Twitch and to Picarto simultaneously, and look at this. It looks like it is still working on Picarto, but on Twitch it is dead. Let's see. Yeah, what the hell? Reconnection successful? Is it back now? That was really weird. That was really weird. So, folks on Twitch, welcome back, first of all. Second, I don't know what just happened. I did not lose internet. However, OBS completely disconnected from Twitch, but it was still streaming to Picarto. Picarto, the streaming on Picarto never died, only on Twitch for some reason. Meanwhile, my actual internet connection did not die or slow down at all. I have no idea what just happened. But hey, at least on the bright side, this stream didn't actually die. Excuse me. Let me just refresh the page on the other PC here so I can still monitor the stream. What's that link there? Let's see. I love ad blockers. The video has not played immediately, but I didn't actually get to watch an ad. Thank you, adblock. Ah. That's good stuff. I've known NCH Productions for so many years now. My god, that's so many dead pals. There are only 112,000 Pal World as of now. How is this one gonna die? Okay, he didn't die. Yeah, my god, that must have been dozens of layers at the very least. Like at least one layer for each PAL, and probably 2 layers for each PAL, and at least one for the guns. A lot of layers. Okay, now I cannot listen to the song without seeing the guns firing. Good stuff. You know, funny videos like that where the artist takes a song and have something happen in the video to the beat of the song or to some specific sound in the music. That reminds me a lot of Animuse's videos. He does a lot of that. I love those. At the end wasn't that good. I didn't even notice. I'd say it was good enough. To be fair, sometimes it is not as easy to sync up something. Because depending on what you are doing, try to sync some specific animation to specific sound sometimes can end up breaking the animation on some other parts. Either that or the animation itself ends up, the timing of the animation itself, I mean, the flow, how things move, etc. It just ends up looking weird. And speaking of weird, I think now it is almost time to tweak this. Actually, no, I take it back. It is time to tweak all of this. The hell? Oh! F9 goes on full screen. Oh, I didn't know that. I was going to press F10, but I hit F9 by accident. It went on full screen. Okay, I just accidentally learned something on CorelDRAW. After several years of using this program. Yeah, this line here is not quite right. That is looking much better now. Now here, I think I had mentioned something about this line here, the curvature here being a little weird. Somehow it is a bit weirder. Okay, that is better. Though right here it's curving down way too late, I think. Let's try to fix it. That seems fine, but over here it seems to be a little too thick now. I want to say this is done and good, but my senses are telling me there is something off about it. I'm not quite sure what or where. I just know there is something a little off about this. It could be just my impression, to be honest. So for now, I'm going to leave it as it is. Keep drawing the rest of the wing. And hopefully, once I have everything else in place, whatever needs to be fixed here will become more apparent, more visible, more obvious. So let's keep going. Would you believe if I told you that this song playing right now was made completely on a Commodore 64? This sounds awesome. I actually really would like to know how to do stuff like that. You certainly could, Ripton. You know way more about music than I do. All I know about music is how to listen to and to tell if the song is good or not. I cannot compose anything for the life of me. It's not, no, seriously, it's not that I never even tried to learn how to play an instrument. I did when I was a kid. I asked my dad to teach me how to play the guitar. He tried to teach me. I kind of learned a little tiny bit, but I don't know, man. It just wouldn't get into my head. A license key for Guitar Pro. Is that one of those rhythm games? Because that's another thing I cannot do for the life of me. I can't play rhythm games. I tried. I failed miserably. I actually even used to have a guitar that he gave me, but because I was not using it, I gave it back. And eventually he himself stopped playing, and he gave it away to someone who wanted one and actually plays. It's a tabulature program with which you can write and play back music. Oh, so you can actually make sound with that thing. That actually sounds useful. There is one thing that a couple weeks ago I actually kind of tried to do, but I couldn't because I don't really have the tools for it. And so you guys know the old new message sound that MSN Messenger had? Let me pause the music. This sound here. Hold on, MSN Tunes, MP3. I believe it is this here. Yes, this one. So you remember this sound, or am I too old and you guys are too young? Yeah, you guys might be too young to remember this. But anyway, point is, this sound here, I use this, or used to have it on my phone anyway, as a notification sound for new messages on WhatsApp. I hate WhatsApp. I really wish I could just delete this thing, but unfortunately I am forced to keep using the thing, but that's besides the point. Point is, I had this sound, this notification sound for WhatsApp, and I wanted to make a softer, a much softer version of this exact same tune. But it turns out I don't have the proper tools to do that. I cannot make it happen on Audacity. Not that I know of, anyway. Sounds like something ICQ. No, the sound ICQ made was completely different. It was like, uh-oh! Let's see. Uh-oh! Yeah. It was this. Man, I haven't heard this one in forever. But the ICQ, which is dead now, was as old as Messenger. Man, I miss Messenger. It was such a good program. You could even draw on it. You can do that easily with GP8. Really? Is it a heavy program? Demanding, you know? I'm in a corner. Oh, I'm such a person in a corner here. Cancel. I don't know where that came from. Okay. I know what I gotta do here. I gotta do an anchor point right here. There. There we go. Now that is right. Oh, this is looking clean. Very clean. Excuse me. I mean, if you're willing to share that, I would be grateful. I know nothing about music, but it could be a start. One of the things that for a while now I have been wishing I actually could learn how to do is how to make games. Actually, let me show you. I even got my hands on a few... Is it here? Did I put it here? No, it's not here. No, it is. One of them is here, anyway. I even got my hands on a few programs that supposedly make game developing... allow you to make games more easily. You don't really have to actually know how to code and program and stuff. I started fiddling about with these, but I haven't had the patience to actually sit down and properly learn the program. But I did manage to do something with Scorpion Editor. So I actually got Scorpion Editor and another one called I forget what it's called. GB what? Frick, I can't remember. Hold on. GB Studio. And this one here allows you to make Game Boy games, like actual Game Boy ROMs that if you could save it to an actual Game Boy cartridge, you could run on an actual Game Boy. I actually kind of tried to start making a game on this one here. I was trying to make not exactly a knockoff of Alley Cat, but I don't want to update now. Do I still have that here somewhere? Hold on, can I even open that? Assuming I still have that. No, not art. Game development, yes. Projects, Alley Cat, assets. Wait. I think it's this folder here. Right? No, it is this. Yeah, it is this here. I drew some graphics. And this program seems rather easy to use, actually. I just couldn't really figure out how to do everything else that I wanted to do. Can I run this in test mode? Run. Is it doing something? It seems to be doing something. The thing is going in circles there. Well, in the meantime, let me show you this other one here. Project. Oh, do I even still have the thing? Dragon game. I think so. Man, I completely forgot how to use this. Project. Oh, this thing is done. Yeah, if I can't figure out how to make games, I'm gonna call my... Well, not really a studio, but I'd call it Viridian Draconis. This game is based and inspired by Alley Cat by Bill Williams, okay? Whether you enjoy... No, I'm not going to read everything. Just boot up. Alright, this is on a timer. I couldn't figure it out. Yeah, I didn't make that tune. It just came with a program. And yeah, new game. No save data found. Okay, how do I use this? Yeah, there we go. So all I have managed to do is draw the graphics and make the cat jump. Also, there's some collision here. But yeah, nothing else actually works. But hey, I suppose it's kind of a start, right? It kind of looks cute, I dare say. Anyway, that's barely anything you could even call a game. But after this, I tried to do something with this other program here. And I just closed it. Fudge. Let's open it again. There we go. How do I use this program again? I can't remember. How do I see the sprites and stuff? Is it actors? Where's the player character? No, no. By the way, on both of these programs I didn't start from scratch. I just took one of the existing sample projects and basically just changed sprites around to learn how the things work, you know, what should go where. And that's the same thing with this one here. There we go. So I changed the player model to a dragon because we need more games where the dragon is the protagonist, you know? And I used to have a compiled version of this. I think I'm gonna have to compile again because I believe I have deleted that. And with this I can actually export this to run on an Amiga computer, on a CD32, or even on Windows. And I believe this should also be compatible with the Sega Mega Drive. But I'm not seeing that here. Well, let's export this as a Amiga thing. Compiling. Please wait. It is going to ask me where to save the compiled version, right? Well, while it works on that, let's keep working on this. Oh, it finished something. Ah, here we go. Let's make a new folder here. Let's call it Dragon Game. Yeah, call it test.lia. Why not? Compiled successfully. I'm not seeing anything here. Are you sure it has actually compiled? What is this over here? Ah, wait a minute. It actually saved to the desktop? Wait, what? Wait, I forgot how this works. Compiling. Come on. Alright, you slowpoke. I'm gonna keep drawing in the meantime. And you're done. Okay, save. Why is it not showing? It is saying that it's saved in there, but it doesn't show. What the? And yet it keeps making files on the desktop. Hold on. Let me grab a controller and see if RetroArch can actually see the file that this is supposedly creating. Let's see. Desktop. Yeah, nothing here. This here doesn't really count, I don't think so. No, it is actually not making the file. What the frick? Unless it is actually this here, but no, it doesn't. Yeah, no, it's not that. The hell? Maybe I'm exporting as the wrong kind of file. Let's try an ADF. Let's keep working on this in the meantime. Your Dragon game. Disk.adf, yeah, sure. Why not? There, now it actually generated a file. Alright, let's go back to RetroArch. Let's see if this actually works. Let's pause the music. Well, I think it actually is going to work. Scorpion Engine, free edition. Well, that sounds a bit weird. The resolution is wrong. I don't know why. Dragon game. My god, the resolution is so... Ugh. Hold on. It is using options from something else. Ugh, well, that's a bit of a problem, isn't it? Hold on, I can fix this. Automatic, PAL, no. NTSC, no. How do I fix this again? Frick. Media, no. System, no. No, it should be video.
Hydrate. Gotta keep hydrated.
I will. Crop automatic, off, no. Crop mode, vertical position, default, no, 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 no. Okay, hold on. Let me rename this file here, because this is pulling settings from some other game that has a file actually named disk. So hold on, let's name it Dragon game test. That should fix the problems. And without having me mess up settings from some other game. I'll check in a few, Riptane. Software error. Task held finish all disk activity. Why? Try again. Oh. Okay, now everything is even more broken. Hold on, I can fix it. I can fix it. And save game options there. So now I can change this. Let's change the Amiga system that is being emulated. Maybe this is the problem. Okay, restart. Or should I actually stop and start again? No, I think just a restart should work. Yeah. Yeah, the resolution seems to be better. Yeah, there we go. The resolution is correct now. I like this little tune. Dragon Game Test. My god, this is looking so weird and unfinished. But that's because it isn't finished. I put this just as a test. Because again, I just took a project that already exists that came along bundled with a program as a sample. And I was just changing sprites around to see how it works. Ah, but wait a second, this is not my thing. Oh no, never mind. I remember now. Yeah, there we go. The walk cycle is a bit wonky. It doesn't look quite right. Change the enemies to kobolds, and when you land on them, they explode into a flash of bone, into a puddle of bones and flesh and blood. Because I mean, what else would happen when a dragon lands on your head, right? A several tons heavy dragon. But yeah, there we go. One thing I was trying, I also added crystals as power-ups, pickups. I don't remember what these red ones do. Ah, it gives me firepower. I believe I have added life as well. No, that's a bad mushroom. Ah, there's another bad one. Well, not a mushroom, but you know what I mean. There's a good one. Meat. So the idea would be that the red meat is good and the green one is actually rotten meat. So following the logic, there, life. It's a sheep. So you get an extra life, the dragon has to eat sheep. Like dragons do. What else have I put here? Oh yeah, I put these bunch of blocks here to test these sprites. I also made a sprite for going to pipes. I think this is a pipe. Yep. There we go. It's kind of cute, I dare say. And as you can see, not everything is replaced. Not all the sprites, anyway. But hey, I suppose this is kind of a start to learning. You know, and the program is actually fairly easy indeed to use, as advertised. It's just that I haven't really given all that much time to actually learn the thing. But I do hope someday I will be able to actually make a game where the dragon is the protagonist, and if it is, even if it is going to be a Mario-like platformer like this here, I'd be happy with that. For starters, it would be great. Because even this here, I like it. And yeah, now I would actually have kobolds as the enemies and have them get crushed to death like that. Sure, why not? I got hit. But yeah, this is what I have managed to do so far with this program. It's a start, I suppose. But yeah, I really hope someday I'm actually going to be able to make a proper game with the dragon as a protagonist. Even if it is going to be just a simple platformer. Alright, now let's get back to doing art here. So yeah, maybe someday I'm gonna be able to. Actually, I even set up a itch.io account some time ago. And just one more moment, Reptane, please bear with me. There, and you know what's funny? When I set up this account on itch.io, which now if I can finally make a game, I can just publish it here. And I added a bunch of games that I downloaded from itch.io that I liked, and some of which I actually would like to try on stream, and some I already did. Some I already did, and some of the developers of these games that I have added to my collection here, they gave me a watch back or a follow back. I wasn't even expecting it, so I was actually quite happy with that. A few weeks ago, in fact, I added this demo of this game here to my collection, and the developer also followed my account back because I also followed their account. So that was kind of cool. But yeah, hopefully I'm going to be able to publish something there someday. Alright, I'm going to check this work. Oh, thank you so much, Riptane. I'm going to look into this later. Just not right now. But thank you so much. Yeah. He's back. Now, who is back, you folks in chat might be wondering? I am not going to tell you. Be my guest and guess. And even if you guess it right, I am not going to confirm or deny. But yeah, thank you so much, Riptane. I'm going to check it out later and study it. But right now, my focus is this. I say that, but I just spent like at least half an hour going on about game development. I think the reason why I haven't studied that program any further and tried to develop that sample project a little further is because I couldn't for the life of me figure out how to make it so you don't actually have to pick up a power-up to grow up, because you know, like in any Mario game, you start small and then you pick up a mushroom and you grow bigger. What I want to try and get done with that is for the dragon to start already being able to breathe fire, you know, so he doesn't have to pick up a power up to grow up and then pick up another power up to gain firepower. I want to try and make it so you can just start with the ability to breathe fire, and then if you pick up a power up to shoot fire, then the firepower just gets stronger. I couldn't figure out how to do that, and then other stuff happened in my life and I just couldn't really get back to working on that. Didn't have the mental power, mental health to actually do any of that. Also, I wanted to try to figure out how to change the graphics of the actual level itself, so I could make my own graphics, you know, but I couldn't figure that out yet. For that, apparently I have to use a different separate program, which I already got, I have it, I just couldn't really figure out how to use it yet. So, as a game original, more or less, that program, it comes with a few sample projects, and I just took one and I started to modify the sprites to learn how the program works and where everything in the project is supposed to go and how they work. The idea, of course, being that once I actually know how to get this stuff done, then I make something from scratch. Something original and of my own. The only actual hurdle I believe I would really have would be the sound effects and soundtrack, you know, actual music, because I don't know how to make those. I don't know how to make those. Not yet, anyway. You took computer animation in high school? Well, I hope you gave it back. I think this is finished. No, not quite. This curve here doesn't seem to be quite right. Alright, Reptane. At first I would like to try and see if I can figure it out on my own. Actually, apparently that is how I usually learn stuff more easily, try to figure it out by myself.
Welcome to your first day on the job.
So I'll see if I can do that first. But I'll absolutely bug you if I need help. Thank you again.
Make yourself at home. To complete the onboarding process, you will want to check the instruction manual and sign into your ship's computer terminal. We trust you.
Let me move this sketch to see if that is actually as good as I think. Wanna hear me struggle? Well, if I am distracted with voice chat, then I would definitely struggle, because I will not be focusing as much. Okay, now either this one is too thick or this one is too thin. It's still a little too early to tell. Let's draw the rest of the wing, and then I will be able to tell. Is it a hairline that I want for this here? Yeah. Let's go with hairline thickness. What are the minimum specs? Unless it requires a good graphics card, I think I should. My PC should be fine. Honestly, I think the only hurdles that I am currently running into in regards to my PC specs are the need for more RAM and a better graphics card. Okay, that there seems okay. Oh, I can feel in my bones, in my feet, that the temperature is dropping. I like the cold, but I hate feeling cold. And I am feeling cold. It actually got so cold this morning that I had troubles falling asleep. I had to get an extra blanket. Only then I was able to fall asleep. It was very cozy. But then before I knew it, I had to get up. Windows 8, 10, 11 CPU, 64-bit, 1 GHz, dual core. That is fine. 4 gigs of RAM, should be fine. I have 16. Sound card required, free disk. Well, I suppose a onboard sound card should be okay. Yeah, those specs are fine. Though having said that, I do have a computer that's cannot really run that program. Actually, I have 2 computers or 3 computers that don't meet those specs. Needless to say, they are old computers, very old. But yeah, my main rig here should be fine. Okay, I think that there is looking okay. Let's keep going. Okay, that looks perfect. Wait a minute. I may have made a mistake. Hold on. Hold on. No, I have not made a mistake. But I was about to make a mistake. I think. Is that right? Okay, so hold on. This line art that I have just drawn, this is supposed to be on the same layer as the body. Right. Now for this membrane here, that is supposed to be a separate layer behind the layer of the wing. And yet at the same time, ooh, right here, that can be a problem later. There is a way, and I will find it. For now, this is fine. I just need to figure out if this is too thick or this is too thin. This here might be too thin. I think that is the problem. Yeah, let's see if I can fix this. I can fix this. We just need to move a couple or so anchor points around. This is not my dragon boy. Yeah, that is looking better. Let me just make sure I did not mess up the curves of these lines. far as I know, Reptane does not have a Dragon OC. Yeah, that is looking much better. Much better. And actually, I think that is done. Okay, let's save this and pointify a few lines now. Dragon Boy, read the title of the stream. A joke, huh? You know, one of the many lessons my dad left me with is that a joke is only funny if both parties laugh. Is that too long? I think it is too long. Let's shorten this up.
You know, back when I was in the academy, we would follow every toast with a song.
Ah, I killed the anchor point and I broke everything. Thank God for Control Z. Oh yes, that is looking much better now. That there is not matching properly though. This here also doesn't seem to be matching properly. Now it's worse. Now what the frick? Okay, I think I'll have to do the cut here so I can preserve the line over there. Otherwise I'm going to end up with a gap. Let's see. Yeah, there we go. That is just perfecto. Why did I make it blue and red? So I could see what the hell I'm doing. make this shorter.
That's an interesting twist.
If you guys don't mind, I'm going to skip the song because apparently this one, even though this is an 8-bit rendition of The Weeknd, somehow YouTube thinks this is copyrighted. So I just skip it. What'll make me happy, Dragon Boy, is to not be annoyed. You know what? For an actual funny joke. Hold on a minute. Tell me a dad joke.
Who isn't allowed in the zoo's quiz team? The cheetah.
Eh. That was stupid, but funny. Why are dad jokes so funny? I like them. Maybe because I am at the age I should be a dad. Anyway, where should I make the cut here? Here. What do cheetahs eat? Cheetos? Oh, wait a minute, where's the... Wait, where is the sketch? Where did the sketch go? Where's the sketch? 10 points for Hufflepuff. Seriously, where did the sketch go? Did you guys see me deleting the thing? Have I deleted it? When did I delete it? Why have I deleted it? My phone is done charging. Hold on, I need to unplug this. Little tip that may preserve your... Little tip to preserve the battery lifetime of your phone or whatever else you have that has a battery that needs to be recharged. When it's done charging, unplug it. Do not leave it plugged in. What the fudge? Okay, no panic. Stuff like this is the reason why I keep backups of progress. All I gotta do is open LineArts Alpha 0, copy the sketch from here, and paste it over here. Boom. There we go. Problem solved. And now I can close this. Wait. Where's the option to close just this file? Oh, it's right here. Derp. I was looking over there. Yeah, there we go. How the hell was I drawing the line without seeing the sketch? Would you believe me if I told you that I haven't realized that? That the sketch was missing? Somehow I didn't realize the sketch was missing. I didn't realize that until I tried to move the sketch out of the way so I could see the lines clearly. Wow. Okay, let's save this before I break anything else. Oh, that is looking perfect. Okay, let's pointify this one here, and no, this is not going to be the last thing that I need to pointify on the wing. But I'm getting there. Thank you, Dragon Boy. That is too long. See you later, Drew boy. Great. Now this song is making me want to go play Rocket League. What's interesting is that I never bothered with having a game controller before to play games on PC. Because I was always fine with playing with just keyboard and mouse. It worked fine for me, and any decent controller here in my country is just very expensive. Even more so now than it was a few years ago when I got my first one. But then I got Rocket League, and that game was the game that made me actually want a game controller. Now there's many games that I simply cannot play without a controller. This is looking a little too flat. Okay, maybe if I make an anchor point here so the curve is not going to mess up over there, I should be able to curve this here just enough. It still looks flat though. Also not curving quite right. Ah, that is way better now. Way better. Okay. Save. Now let's pointify this and next. Excuse me. So you guys remember what I was talking about last night? Buffer. Everything seems fine on my end now here, everything. At least on the moment that I'm looking at the screen anyway. Anyway, you guys remember what I was talking about last night in regards to the in-game music during matches on SARP versus Rocket League. So after I finished that stream, I actually booted up Rocket League and enabled the option to play music during matches, just to confirm if what I was talking about on stream actually still does apply on Rocket League. And it does, at least to my taste it does. Like there were a couple songs that played during my testing that I actually did enjoy to listen to while playing Rocket League. But then came stuff like rap stuff, just annoying songs. I couldn't even skip the song, and I was like, nope, I can't listen to this while playing. Which is too bad because there are some good songs in Rocket League. But I still stand by my statement from earlier yesterday. Earlier yesterday, wow, that was good. From my statement to my statement of yesterday, where I do think Rocket League should have original songs for playing during matches like SARP has. instead of the licensed stuff that plays on the menu. Because again, the stuff that plays on the main menu, the licensed stuff, a lot of it is good, but none of it works well to play during a match. At least I don't think so. F-Zero GX only by name. I never played it. Actually, I never played any F-Zero game. GX is for the GameCube, isn't it? Yeah, sorry to disappoint you, but I have never played any F-Zero game. Not that I couldn't. With emulation now, I can actually do. Do I have ROMs for F-Zero games? I don't remember. My memory tells me that I do, but at the same time it tells me I don't. Well, either way, I can easily get my hands on a ROM. Anyway, F-Zero X had a speed metal OST which fit so well. And then GX released and it was just techno. Yeah, games, especially games involving cars, they need to have the proper soundtrack, otherwise it just doesn't work. Even if the song playing is a licensed song from some artist that just made the song to release to the public, if the song is not the right one, it doesn't work. Like, granted, my tastes, they are very different from most people's, but to my taste, for example, basically everything that was added to the Need for Speed series, starting on Underground, for example, it just doesn't work. I actually disable music in any game after Underground. No, not even Underground, before that, Hot Pursuit 2, that's when it actually started. I just disabled the music because I just don't like the music. To me, it doesn't work. It's just not good. One or other songs, maybe less than a handful, they kind of go along somewhat nicely, but the vast majority, it just simply doesn't work. Either because of the melody or the lyrics or both, it just... It breaks my immersion. Like, you know, a Need for Speed game that has just the perfect soundtrack? Need for Speed 2. The soundtrack on that one is just perfect, possibly the best in the entire series, in my opinion. And it's all original compositions, all made exclusively for the game. Which is, of course, not to say that Need for Speed 3 and 4, and maybe 5, though I haven't played 5 yet. That's not to say that those don't have also very good soundtrack. They do. I like the soundtrack on 3, on Need for Speed 3, for example. And it's all original songs. The next few songs on this playlist, by the way, they are from Rocket League, or at least they used to be. And these songs are songs that I actually kind of like. They work very well on the main menu, but even listening to them in-game during matches, these songs don't go along very well. Anyway, I'll need to take a break, guys, to use the bathroom. I'll be back in about 5 minutes, more or less. Okay? So yeah, when I get back, I will finish this here. I'll be back in a bit. Alright, I am back. Took a couple minutes longer than I expected. Sorry about that. But I am back now. Alright, let me make myself comfortable on my chair. And let's finish this wing. Alright, let's see. Where was I? Ah, here. I was pointifying the end of this line here. Okay, that is good. That is way too long. Excuse me. This has to be just right. Is this good? No. Oh, that line there is going places. Look at that. Huh. Gotta fix that. There. Fixed. Easy. Ooh, there's a gap here now. Oh, no, we cannot have that. Gotta fix it. Yeah, that seems to be fixed. Yeah, that seems to be right. And right here, we already have an anchor point. That seems to be the perfect spot to do the cut that I need. I just gotta adjust this here a little further. There, I think I got it. So if I yeet that line there and make this black, let me move the sketch away. Yeah, that is looking fine. Okay, so I need to pointify that end over there. This one over here. And that should be it. Besides removing this line from here, the wing should be done. No, most of it anyway. At least the part that goes on this layer. So let's get going. So remember what I was talking about Rocket League not having original soundtrack? This song that is playing right now is one exception. Though as far as I am aware, it is not in the game. So this is supposed to be the game's main theme. Not quite my style of music, but for the game it works. And yet, it is not in the freaking game! How stupid is that? Well, I'll tell you how stupid it is. Epic Games. There's your answer. Oh, that needs to curve some more. Not quite like that. Okay, this is getting close to how I need this to be. Just not quite there yet. Okay, now I think I got this. Now I think I got it right. Now for the point where I gotta do the cut, I think there's a point here will do fine. That seems good, right, guys? I think that seems good. Yeah, that works. On Photoshop, I might want to do a little bit of erasing on this tip here, just to make it a little shorter. But otherwise, everything here seems to be just fine. Okay. Let's finish this up. I really like the instrumental on this song. Ah, look at that. Nice. I forgot to pointify that end over there. Crap. I thought I was done. I forgot about this here. No problem, this is going to be a quick job. This song is another one of the few songs that actually do work as background music during matches in Rocket League. But again, it's not in the game. Well, sort of. That is pointing the wrong way. I really like the drums on this part. curvature is right, but it's not matching this or that. It's okay, I can fix this. Okay, that is looking much better now. Let's just expand this triangle further back so I can more easily find a spot to cut the blue line without causing any gaps. Yeah, that should do it. Let's cut here. Ah, yes. Now we're talking. Ah, that is much, much better. Much, much better. Very good. Put that back there and save. What am I gonna do about this here? Okay, so here's the thing. The line art of the membrane of this wing is supposed to be behind the line art of the wing itself. So all the lines you see in black here, they are supposed to be in front of the lines for the membrane, which is this line here, you know. They're supposed to be ahead, in front, and these are supposed to be behind. Problem is, the line art of the wing, it is on the same layer as the body. The membrane would have to be in between the wing and the body. So behind the wing, but in front of the body. So this little section here, you see this line that I am moving the cursor over? This belongs to the line art of the membrane of this wing. This should be over the body. And as it is right now, I can't make that happen. But as my dad taught me, when faced with a problem, you gotta tell yourself there is a way, and I will find it. What is going to be the way for this? One way might be to, in Photoshop, using the eraser, just erase the tip of this spike and this portion of her back on the layer of the body, so the layer of the membrane can actually show through. The problem with that will be the colors and possible gaps between the color inside of the layer and the line art of the other layer. I've done this kind of thing before, and I have run into that kind of problem before. So I really have to think this through. Again, there is a way, and I will find it. Yeah, I guess I could make it that way. It might be the easiest solution. I think I'll do it. But before I actually commit to the idea, I will want to make a test. And this is going to involve pointifying this line here. The nice thing with this line here is that I won't even need to find a spot to do a cut on the line. I can just delete the rest of this line completely. Like this. Oh no, wait! I made a mistake. By doing what I just did, I ended up deleting all of this as well. No, that is not what I am supposed to do. What I am supposed to do is remove these anchor points. Then only this section here gets removed. And that is what I need to do. And also I need to change this to black. Yeah, that looks good. So let's save this, and I'm going to export this body as a layer, because regardless of what I'm going to actually do with this point here, the line art of the body is done. What is the resolution I am supposed to use for exporting this? I forgot. Where's my annotation about it? Here. 1/200. Body line art. Oh, it's already set to 1/200. Nice. Okay, that's good. So now I have the line art of the body and the head. Nice. Right, now for that test that I said I need to do. Maybe I should group all of this together first. Good. Everything's in place. Turn this into gray. And let's draw the line art of the wing. Wait, what was the thing that I thought of doing here? Whatever. Whatever it is that I had thought originally, I can't remember, so let's just do this. This is supposed to go here. Now we continue all the way to there. Like that. Now, if this test actually works out as I hope it will, I can just keep this layer. Hey little howler, happy Sunday, welcome to the stream. Thank you for joining. Yes, I am drawing a dragon wing. I just hope my idea is going to work. Though I'm gonna have to test this without my drawing tablet, because since I was originally planning to just be working with vectors today, I didn't bother setting up my tablet. And since I'm going to carry this test in Photoshop, I'm gonna have to do it with a mouse without pen pressure. But just for testing purposes, it should be fine. Nice. Drawing dragons is awesome. I love drawing dragons. Dragons are the best. Okay, that seems to be okay. Let's now curve this line. Ooh, I think this curvature is just perfect. It is! Look at how well it matches the line art of the sketch. Perfecto. Very good. Okay, so this curves downwards. Like so. I think that is fine. Yeah. Yeah. Now for this here, a triangle should do the trick. So this music is supposed to be from Rocket League as well, but I have never heard this one in game. Not even on the menu. Not exactly my style, but not bad. I kind of dig it. There's a very tiny corner poking out over there, but when this is rasterized, it shouldn't be an issue. Hopefully so, anyway. This seems a little too thick. Let's make this thinner. Ah, that's not very good. Dang it. Now that is too long there. Yeah, I can just erase this portion here in Photoshop. That shouldn't be an issue. Let's draw these lines before I forget. Now these here, I'm going to make them thin and just a single line. I'll pointify them in Photoshop with the eraser. And when I am coloring, I might even realize I may not need these lines at all. Yeah, there we go. Excuse me. Let's now select all of these black lines and group them together and then export them as a layer. Is that good? That is good. So delete this, and this. Left wing, membrane, line art. I think I capitalized the I in line art. That is wrong, I have to fix it. Oh yes, I did. Look at that. Okay, let's do the test that I was talking about. Because if my idea doesn't work on this test, then I'm gonna have to figure out something else on the line art here at this stage here before I move on any further. So for this test, I need the body line art and the left wing membrane. Body line art, and below it, left wing, membrane, line art. Let's add some random color to this background. And let's add some random colors to these layers. White line art, yes, that's what I want. Oh, wait a minute. I think I made a mistake. Oh, the tolerance is wrong. Hold up. Gotta change this from 0 to 32 and enable anti-alias. There we go. Now I can go here to select, modify, expand by 1 pixel, invert, and on layer 1, turn that into a mask layer. Okay, let's add some random color here, like blue. Doesn't really matter what color I pick. This is just a test after all. there. On the left wing membrane, select, modify, expand by 1, invert, and mask this. Also another random color, just for the testing. Okay. I should probably color the line art as well. Again, just for the sake of testing. This is not the final version of these after all. I don't even need to color the whole thing, just the area that I need here. Okay, for the test, this should be enough. So here's what I was talking about. So the wing membrane, this green area here, this is where it is supposed to be, right? Behind the blue. But right here, on this area, it is supposed to be in front of the blue. Like, oops. Like this. Like that. While everything else here on the wing being in front of... Why is there a timer on the screen? How the hell did I start this thing? Anyway, there is a keyboard shortcut that I set for this some time ago that I have zero memory of what the key combination is, and apparently sometimes I accidentally trigger that exact, I hit that exact same combination to trigger the thing, and I can't for the life of me remember what it is. Anyway, right, the test. So this has to stay like this. But here, for this I might want to merge the layers. Yes, apply. Yes, apply. This would be easier with the pen, with the tablet, I mean. Actually, you know what? Hold up. Set up my drawing tablet, the one that I normally use for drawing, is going to take a moment because it is a big tablet. But I do have a small tablet, a very relatively tiny one, which I bought mostly for doing simple sketches every now and then, but also so I can not lose my rechargeable pen, which is actually the one that I was charging up earlier. And I got scared to death with the reminder that I should unplug it. That one, because it is so much smaller, it is also easier and quicker to plug in. So let me do that real quick. The only problem with this one is that because its driver conflicts with the driver of the main tablet, you know, the big one, I don't have pen pressure on it. But since my main idea with this one is to just do quick sketches with it, pen pressure is not really an issue with this tablet, because normally I don't use this on Photoshop anyway, so there's that. For what I want to do here now, it would be nice to have pen pressure, but it should be okay to not have it. I might need to reposition the cable here. Okay. The one thing I don't like about this tablet is because it is so much smaller. It doesn't feel as precise as my big one. It could be because it isn't as precise or simply because I am not used to using this one. But no matter, for the test it should be okay. Oh, it's so much easier to control the eraser with a tablet. So I might want... Oh, I merged the layers after I enable transparency. Frack crap. No, that is wrong. Merge down. Merge down. Okay. Instead of 50%, let's try 80. Yes, that's better. Now, in theory, do this would be a lot easier and more precise if I simply use the magic wand and make a selection. The problem with doing it that way is that the magic wand causes a gap between the green line and all of this blue here. These are not the final colors, of course, because again, I am doing just a test. But even on the final thing, if I do it the way that I'm doing now, this test, there will be a gap, and that will be a problem. There are some very small gaps there, but those should be easily fixable with a what am I doing? That's the wrong color. There we go. These should be somewhat easily fixable with a very small brush here. The key is precision. Yeah, see, even with this method, there's a gap there. Oh, man. I need to close that gap as best as I can without having any of this blue line, or a blue color, I mean, go over the green. I just did. There's still a gap there. That's the wrong color. Okay, that is better. Okay, those gaps that are not supposed to be there, they are mostly fixed now. Still not quite good though. Now for this section, I'm actually going to do two tests. First test being just erasing this with the eraser and patching up the gaps. The other here, I will actually use the magic wand and make a selection. Let's expand by 1 pixel. Can I do half a pixel? I don't think this works with halves. 0.5. Yeah, no, it has to be either 1 or 2. It has to be round numbers. Okay. Frick. Forgot to invert the selection. Also, this part here, I gotta remember, if I do go with this method here, I'll have to remember to not color this section here when I color the layer and the line art. Okay, maybe if I do it like this, actually using the magic wand and expand the selection, I might mitigate the gap issue. The problem with that is that the line of the wing, it kind of looks like it is a little thinner than what it is actually supposed to be. See how it looks thicker here and it is thinner here? That's because it actually is. Well, not really, but it's just that part of the green line is actually now behind the blue line. One way that I might be able to mitigate this more easily is if I do this selection again, expand by 1, and I erase the outside. Come on, erase, undo. If I erase the outside over here, therefore making the line art of the membrane a little thinner than it actually is, but not applying that over here where the layers intersect. Now, of course, now I ended up with a gap here because I did this differently from how I did it here, but that's okay. You know, I think I can actually do it like this. Let me add a little bit of darkening here, just to test. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Shade here. Yeah, this might actually work, guys. Okay, that's how I'll do it. Not how I did here for the spike, but how I did here for the base of the wing. Okay, this will work. So with that said, I can actually carry on with what I did here. Let's save this. And now I gotta draw her right legs and what did I just do? I don't know what I just did, so just in case I broke something, I'm going to close this and open it again. Here, line arts alpha 1. Anyway, I gotta draw her right legs and her right wing, and with that all of her line arts should be done. Where should I start? I think I'll start with her wing. Yes, let's do her wing first. Let's begin down here. Ooh, that is perfect. Now I can actually keep going with this line all the way down here and then just do a cut right there. Yes, I think I'll do that. I've done this in the past, I can do it again. Wait a minute. Okay, I think I need an anchor point right here. Like that. On Discord chat, I sent a picture of my very first dragon. Let's see, Snowdrop. That's a cute name. Let's take a look. I just saw your message on Discord also, Ripting. Yeah, I feel you. Oh, little Howler, you posted on the wrong channel. Here. When you wish to post art, these look good by the way. When you wish to post art on Dragon Realms, use this area here. Art, dragons. Art of dragons are supposed to be posted here. This here is not really supposed to be used for that. It wouldn't let you? Let's see. Oh, that's because you have not claimed yourself a few roles. You gotta claim yourself roles. Go here on your arrivals, read the welcome and channel descriptions if you wish to know what each channel is for exactly. But to get yourself roles, go here in Dragon Realms, Roles Fair. And of course, don't forget to read the rules also. So go here and you just pick the role you want. All you gotta do is click on one of these down here, following the description here, of course, and you have the role. Then you need at least a villager to post the role villager. I mean, to post on most of these channels here. Yeah, there we go. Now that works. Now I can actually remove outsider. Yeah, there we go. Now I'll be able to post there. And welcome to Dragon Realms. It's a very small server, but I hope you are going to enjoy. For now, it is a small server anyway. But regardless, I hope you enjoy. I may have just messed up this curve. And I may be wrong. I may be wrong on that assumption. What is kind of messed up is this here. This is not working. Okay, that is better. Not quite there yet, though. I'll check later, little Howler. This curve here needs to be smoothed out, but that is an easy fix. There, fixed. Okay, now that is looking right. There's a little bit of a curve happening here. I mean a corner, not curve. A curve is what I need now. There, fixed. Let's round up this tip here. Something seems a little off here. Okay, that's good. Okay, for starters, this is quite good. Let's save. And let's make that gap that I said I needed to make here. So I need to kill the line here. And about here. Okay, now break apart. What the? What the? I just made an anchor point here. What the? Oh, this is not my dragon, Little Holler. This is someone else's dragon. This is a commission. I don't think I have sourced her colors yet, have I? No, I haven't. But I lied, I have. These are the base colors she is supposed to have. Most of them, anyway. The actual final colors, I will only source them when I am finally coloring these line arts. But yeah, she should look more or less like this when colored. Yeah, okay, so that seems to be good. Let's carry on. There is part of the wing, right? Yes, it is. Originally my Dragon Snowdrop was supposed to have a saddle. She was an OC I made when How to Train Your Dragon came out, but the drawing of her laying down is her updated look without the saddle. So there are humans in the universe in which she exists, I'm assuming.
And then you'll see my sons are great. Sometimes I think it's all I'm good for.
Because after all, who else would be using the saddle? A horse? No, that would be kind of funny. A horse riding a dragon. That is actually an idea I can use.
You will always be my best pony. You're really more than
I mean, I do have a pony OC as
I
well.
wanna thank you for
So why the hell not?
I shouldn't lie when truthful serve. I don't remember how it used to be. I can't imagine it was good. But everything just makes me worried now. I'd come and find you if I could.
No, I actually can't believe how many pictures you had to look. I too very often need a lot of references to do something or to draw something in just the way I want. You know, because it's one thing you being able to see very clearly in your head how you want a pose to be. But it is another completely different thing to actually be able to put into paper or on the screen. Let's say the canvas. To put in the canvas what you have in mind. You know.
I like to think that I could be there too. I hope I didn't go too far.
And for situations like that, I am making a mistake. I am not supposed to do what I am doing right now. Undo that. Except for those situations, references are always needed. Well, not necessarily needed, but very useful. I actually every now and then reference my own stuff when I'm making something new. these are very cute indeed. I'm looking on a different screen, by the way. They're little balls. They're tiny little spheres. Adorable. Okay, and this curve is like that. And I think I can remove this anchor point. No, that anchor point has to stay there. What I do have to do here is to smooth out the curve a little bit more. That was a little too much. Okay, that should be just right. Okay, is this using the correct thickness? No, it is not. Thank you, little howler. But no, one day if you keep practicing, you'll be way better than me. I personally don't consider myself to be good at drawing with dragon wings. I still have a lot to learn and practice. And that's the key. Practice. For quite some time, my Dragon OC didn't even have wings. I made up in his lore that he lost them in an incident involving magic. But that was partially just an excuse so I wouldn't have to draw them, because I couldn't draw dragon wings at all. But eventually I learned. And of course he got his wings that he was always supposed to have them. A friend of mine is absolutely cracked at drawing. Oh, there's so many people who are so much better than I. Have I done that curve right? Also, remember when I said earlier that I was making a mistake when I was drawing a line here? Well, I take that back. Not draw the line is actually the mistake. Or is it? Yeah, it was a mistake. Oh my god. This is the back side of the wing, and this is actually supposed to be on the same layer of the wing itself. Convert to curve. There. Let's move this down. There we go. Now yes, you might be wondering, Mike, are you not going to draw the rest of that wing? Why is it so weird like that? That's because this section of that wing is supposed to be, its view is supposed to be hidden, blocked by the layer of the left wing over here. So this is not going to be visible in the final thing. Therefore, I don't need to draw it. Well, I mean, I did draw it. What I mean is I don't need to draw the whole thing and actually shape it properly and stuff. Kind of like game developers don't add some elements to the background, for example, if that area is not going to be visible to the player. Same thing with 3D animation and just animation in general. If it is not meant to be seen, then there's no need to waste time and resources animating it. I did not curve this right. What is it, phone? Are you discharging? Okay, I'll plug you in. There you go. Yeah, that's better. Okay, so this here is going to be a separate layer. But first, let's draw this line, and that line there. Spirit, but lucky all the same. Sweet taste of empires crumbling in the moon. Napkin man. I just remembered I gotta add napkins to the shopping list for the next time that I go to the supermarket. Wait, this is a right convert to curve. Why couldn't I curve this? Well, that's weird. Now it's working. Eh, whatever. The rich man's point of view. They said it on the news, and now it's real. Is that too thick? Nah, it's fine. Well, actually, this here should probably be a little thinner. Let's do 2 pixels thickness. Shroom lights behind iron bars, sounded by stone bricks, look so good. What the hell are you talking about? Is that stuff in Power World? Out of context, to me, that sounded so random. Oh, Minecraft. Okay, now I understand. Now I understand. Oh, there it is. It's all the way over there.
I drove up to the city at night and found the place where you grew up and where you stayed, and we walked around and stayed up late under city lights. I spent the night next to you in the house where you grew up, next to you.
Actually, I can remove that anchor point and just... Yeah, just do it like this. And now I round up this corner here. Is that an official server they have, or is it a fan-made thing?
And we went all the way up to the small town where I'm from, with foggy air and the wind and the mountain top, and we clung to rocks and we looked.
Okay, I think I need a little bit more curvature here.
It's got to start feeling in me. I finally felt like I was breathing free. And under swaying trees we fell asleep and we had the same dream. The stars were bright and we dreamed
And a little less over here.
I spent some time with you. I went back to feel alone there. I went back there by
Yes.
I gave up on
Maybe a little less. Just a little bit less.
right out in the wind, laid under a blanket, had a furious sound. Wolf raised panic, served two bodies on the earth. It was intense, just getting to be there next to you. And you were trying to get me there, and I was happy to let you in.
That reminds me of the old Shadowhold Minecraft server. To me, that was still to this very day the best Minecraft server ever. After it shut down, I just could not play Minecraft Online anymore. But I digress. It reminds me of Shadowhold. They used to have a rail system that would connect all of the main areas of the overworld map.
The town where we lived, the empty streets were lit up by reflected light from
By today's standards, I think it was very simple,
and we just light on the roof.
but it worked. It got the job done.
The moon lighted the moon. We didn't talk in silently. We both felt powerful, and like the moon, my chest was full because we both knew.
Though I was never really very fond of the main stations, at least not on the old map. I always thought they were way too over designed. Then again, that is something really common on most popular servers. Oh, that's cool. Okay, I think I am done with this part of the wing. So let's group all of this. No, let's not group anything. I first have to pointify some ends here. I almost forgot about that. Why do I often almost forget? Well, I actually do forget to pointify some ends. Let's do this. You know what, for this line here, I think I don't need to curve this side of the triangle. Yeah, I agree with you, Riptane. Sure, the over-designed stuff look really cool and really pretty and stuff, but especially if you are using a shader pack. But in my opinion, it's just, I don't know, there's something about it that never pleased me. I too always prefer to go with stuff that is not just looks nice, but is functional. You know, something that maybe could even exist in the real world. It has to look natural. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Which is not to say that there aren't over-designed stuff in real life. There absolutely are. But I'm not exactly too fond of that kind of style. I prefer function and practicality over looks. And that's one issue with a lot of those over-designed buildings in Minecraft. A lot of them look incredible, but they are not really functional. Yes, that is looking good. Though I will need to do a little bit of trimming here in Photoshop. But that should not be a problem. But yeah, I prefer functionality over looks. That is one of the reasons why, at least when I used to build these kinds of facilities, I'd first build the actual function of the building, you know, the tracks, how stuff would connect. Because I've built stations before. That was a long time ago, however. But I digress. So I'd build all of the workings, and then I'd build the actual building itself around all of that. And then make it look nice, you know. Because what I notice many people do with these over-designed buildings is that they go straight away for the looks of the place, and only later they actually bother with the stuff that is supposed to be inside of it. And the end result is usually a mess. Cumbersome, not enough space, not enough room to put certain things that are needed. Oftentimes the stairs are janky. You know, looks great from the outside, and sometimes the inside too, but to actually make use of the facility, it's just not that great. And that doesn't go for just stations in Minecraft. It applies mainly not specifically, to spawn buildings. Like if you go, for example, to the more popular Minecraft servers, for example, you spawn in, there's that ginormous, massive spawn building. One that sometimes it's so big, your draw distance doesn't even render the whole thing. Sure, it looks amazing, but it's just not practical. Like in some of those, you spend a whole day walking just to leave the building. I just don't like it. I may have run into an issue here. Yeah, what I'm doing here is not going to work. The way I will have to pointify this here is gonna be by just trimming this here in Photoshop with the eraser. Because otherwise I'm going to run into issues with gaps and corners poking out with this line, and that line. And the sharp end of this one going just way too far and into this one. Yeah, let's leave this like this and just use the eraser in Photoshop later. You know what, with this here, never mind. I'll just pointify. Actually, no, I'm not going to pointify this one. I'll just draw a new. I'll do it like this. Yeah. Oh, that would work perfectly. Okay, now I can simply remove the blue line and keep this black one. Okay, that's too thick over here. Hold up. That's still too thick. Oh, actually, the problem might be here on this anchor point. Yeah, that's better. That's much better. This here I'm gonna pointify in Photoshop with the eraser. And oh, down here I'm gonna pointify this one. And I believe this is going to be the last thing that I have to do on this wing, besides, of course, still drawing the, because I still have, yeah, what I'm trying to say. Besides drawing the line arts for the membrane. But otherwise, as far as the wing itself goes, once this here is done, the wing is done. That needs to curve more. I see some blue here, so let's cover it. Yeah, there we go. And now for the location of the cut on the blue line, that anchor point there seems to be in just the right spot. Yeah, that is looking good. Look at this. Good. Let's now, for real this time, group all of these lines together and then export this as a layer. Wait. I still gotta draw the legs. But I'm gonna group this wing anyway. I just won't export it yet. Is everything selected? Now it is. Okay. So group. Perfect. Since I need the wing and the legs on the same layer, I'm going to draw the legs first, and I'm going to leave the line art of the membrane of that wing for last. Yeah. But I need another quick bathroom break. When I get back, I'll be away for like a couple minutes. When I get back, I will draw these two legs here, and these should be a quick job, hopefully. How many lines am I going to have to pointify here? I'm going to have to pointify here. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, that should be an easy job. Anyway, when I get back, I will draw these two wings. These two legs. And then group them with the wing here, export this as a layer, and the last thing that I would have to do should be this bit of membrane over here. And I believe that once I have those done, this will finally be finished. the line art, of course, should finally be finished and ready to be sent over to Photoshop. And if I can finish all of this today, then that means that on the next Short Sunday next week, I will no longer be doing any vectors. Instead, I will be doing my favorite parts, one of my favorite parts, which is coloring and doing all the rest. Anyway, I'll be right back.
The night falls hard on sunken dreams. The sorry splendor rots and gleams. Patrons bark and angels jeer. The band plays loud and they don't hear.
Ready or not, I am back. Right, let's draw those legs. Or, as I have called them moments ago, wings. Alright. I think I'm going to start here.
With crimson shovels digging holes. Oh, you know I don't really want to live in this strange world. I need somebody beside me to live in this strange land. I need somebody to hide me away from these cruel.
I'm not sure, but I might have placed that anchor point on the wrong. Oh no, this is disconnected. Why is it that disconnected? How the hell did that happen? It is not supposed to be that way. That's fine. because I think the anchor pointer is supposed to go here. I think I might have placed that originally on the wrong spot.
Corrupted lives left incomplete.
So might as well do it over.
Afraid of shadows on the wall.
This is the wrong thickness, right? Yeah, it is.
Cast by the fingers of the tall. Suits of power, white and black. Bring velvet ruins on their backs. And through the laughter and the moans,
Is
it's
this right?
just the thieves that feel at home.
Yes. Just looks a bit funky.
Really wanna live in this strange world. I need somebody beside me.
Yeah, this does require some extra adjusting.
I need somebody to hide me away from this cruel time. Don't tell me to hold out for a miracle. I've been here for so long. Somebody just come and take me where the skies are blue. When you just wanna fly away, it's the sky blue.
Yeah, that's better. Though to be fair, this end of this line here is not really going to matter much later because I am going to erase it after I pointify it. But you know, as I always say, basics first.
And find a place to start again. And laugh at jokes and play pretend. I wonder where you are. I'm empty and floating like I'm deep in space, away from every kind of place. Come find me. But sadly, the feeling ends. I'm falling now and fading back into the crowd. I've only come so far. The band is
Okay, for starters, that is looking pretty good.
but still they play. I wonder why. They see those shadows on the wall. The cracks run deep as pieces fall. Can we define a better end? And be a better kind of friend?
What about it, Riptane?
If not, I doubt we shall survive. I just want the truth to come alive. And I sure don't
This is supposed to curve like that, right? No, it is not. So why the hell am I doing it?
When you just wanna fly away, it's the sky blue. Come on now, hit it.
I clicked this button, it didn't activate. Heavily reminds you of the Black Sabbath The Warning. It could be, actually. There's quite a few of these songs on this playlist. Well, not quite a few, but there's some songs in this playlist that are actually parodies of other songs. No, not really parodies, but they are basically a song but with different lyrics. A bunch of them, actually there were a lot more in this playlist, but I had to remove them because the copyright system on YouTube kept yelling at me saying, hey, this song uses this other song's melody, you can't have it. You know, so I had to remove it, which is awful because they were really good songs. Okay, is this curving correctly? I suppose it is. Good. Something's humming at my end. It's my microphone. For quite some time now, I've been having an issue with electronic or electromagnetic, whatever. I've been having this buzz sound on the microphone. I tried, but I could not make it go away. The only way I could make it go away was by moving the microphone to between my computer screen and my actual computer. The problem is, if I put it there, I'm gonna lose a lot of room on my desk, and my desk is already very small. And the microphone was actually originally there. I moved it away from there to free up space, and because I've managed to buy a cheap but a useful boom arm. I think that's what it's called. You know, those articulated arms where you mount the microphone on. So yeah, I bought one of those and I installed it, and I put the microphone there. It worked perfectly fine for quite some time, and then out of the blue one day, the microphone started buzzing. And it's not a problem with the microphone, because again, I tested it by moving it back to where it was originally, and the humming was gone when I placed it there. So it's definitely something somewhere nearby changed, probably on my neighbors. Something changed, and it started causing some kind of electromagnetic, I forgot to convert this curve, electromagnetic force field or something like that is interfering with the microphone. I boosted up the noise filters on OBS to try and mask that humming sound as much as possible, but sometimes it gets stronger. Wanna see what it sounds like if I disable those filters? You are going to hate it, and I am going to hate it, but here, let me show you. This is what it sounds like without the noise filters. I can actually hear this myself because you don't have the microphone. I can hear myself, but yeah, it sounds horrible. Let's turn back these filters on. See? And I can't move this microphone out of here. I can't read it. There's no other place here where I can place this microphone. Not without losing a lot of room. Actually, it was so bad with having the microphone where it was originally, which is apparently the only spot where this interference noise doesn't happen, that every time I needed to use my drawing tablets, I would have to lift the microphone so I could place the tablet underneath one of the legs of the tripod that had the microphone mounted on. And any bump on the tablet or something like that, or even on the desk itself, the microphone would pick it up. I hated that. I'm actually here. Let's open sound settings. If I listen to the microphone, if I enable this, I am going to hear that buzzing. Yeah. That's the humming you are talking about, isn't it? Yeah, that is very bad. And again, I can't do anything about it. I wanted to buy one of those, I actually don't know what they are called in English, but if you look at the VGA cable of a computer monitor, for example, you know the little thing hugging the cable near the connector? Again, I don't remember what those are called, but they are some kind of filter that is responsible for reducing as much as possible these kinds of electromagnetic interferences. Again, I can't remember what, I actually don't even know what they are called in English. In Portuguese they are called filtro de ferrite. It filters something, I don't know the word for that in English. But anyway, point is, I wanted to buy at least one of those to put on the cable of my microphone to see if maybe that would help a little bit with this. But I can't find that thing for purchase anywhere, except the internet. But the problem with buying those on the internet is that oh, they're actually called ferrite. Okay, I actually didn't know the word was the same in Portuguese and English. But yeah, those. Now the problem with buying those on the internet is two. One, I don't know if they are actually going to help. And two, although they are cheap, the shipping is actually more costly than the actual bead itself. So in other words, it's actually, buy on the internet is actually going to be a lot more expensive than if I could buy them in a local store. But no store here in the city has. Yes, indeed it is. Here, just to show you. Filtro de ferrite. Wait a second, this is AliExpress, no. Yeah, see these things here. Only 25 reais, which, mind you, for something this tiny, I think it is a bit expensive, but this is not unaffordably expensive. This is out of stock, by the way. But anyway, it's about 25 bucks, more or less, depending on the size. But shipping usually goes for 30 or something. It's either a little more or a little less than the price of the actual thing itself. One way or another, it turns this simple, cheap-ish thing into a far more expensive one. Yeah, these. If I at least was certain, putting aside the fact that I don't have money to buy this now, but if I was at least certain it would work and solve my problem, or at least help diminishing the issue, then I actually would consider spending all of that cash whenever I could anyway. But because I am not sure it will help, it's just too much of a gamble. Small, white, dark. Please say that on Wikipedia. Oh yeah, they had a dark mode finally, didn't they? Have a look at this. Small, dark. Oh, my eyes are happy. With standard wide. Yeah, sure, why not? Yeah, these, I can't find these anywhere in the city, only on the internet. And not knowing for sure if they will help, spend as much money as they end up costing with shipping is a gamble. Because what if I buy one of these, okay, and I end up paying like nearly 50 bucks, 50 reais, which is a lot of money here in Brazil, mind you, especially for something so tiny like these. Imagine if I buy one of those and they actually don't do anything to solve my problem. I just end up throwing 50 bucks away for nothing. I would be pissed off. And rightfully so, I dare say. I even considered to buy just another microphone altogether to, you know, maybe get one that is higher quality than this one and has better shielding inside, but microphones are absurdly expensive nowadays. When I bought my microphone, the one that I use now, I actually found this for relatively cheap, especially considering its quality. But even this one, it's no longer available for purchase anymore here. And the ones that are either about the same quality or higher quality than this one, they are so freaking expensive. Unaffordably expensive. SE2300, check how much they go for in reais. Let's see. What brand is that? Is it just SE? Search result. Wait, why did I type? Microphone. I added one too many O's there. Jesus! Granted, that is not the exact same model, but still. SE2300. SC Electronics SE2300. Product under consultation. Product unavailable. You can't even show me the old price. Amazon.com.br. Where's the price? Where's the price? There's no price. Where's the price? Consider these alternative items. No, I want to know the price for this one. There's no price. Is this even available in Brazil anyway? Let's try adding the word preço, which is price. bmotordj.com. Now, supposedly this is a Brazilian website, I think. It is not, it is Portuguese. So that won't do. I don't think this is actually available in Brazil, not anymore anyway. Okay, let's try going straight into Mercado Livre. I bet it's not available here. What the hell is this crap? That is not at all what I just searched for. Xiaomi tablets? What is this, a hairdryer? I clearly wrote microphone. Man, the search on this website is awful. It's a laptop? Is it this here? SC Electronics microphone V2 switch? Wait, that's not the same one, is it? No, that is not the same. Not at all. And this is expensive. Dude. Yeah, no, I guess it is not available here. If it was, at some point it isn't anymore. Like this video here looks like it is a review of that microphone, but this was posted 2 years ago. Blue Yeti. Is it by Logitech? This one? It's out of stock. And there's no price. Let's see somewhere else. That's the same, right? Where's the price? Buy on the store. It's not available. Let's see if maybe Pichau has it. Let's see, peripherals, microphones, Logitech. They don't even have it. What about this here, blue? Nah, that's a completely different. Oh no, wait a second, Blue Yeti. But it's out of stock also. Holy Jesus! 1,269 reais and 90 cents. Oh. That's expensive. Imagine paying $1,269.90 for this microphone. And that is, if this price is if I were to pay up front, you know, in cash, full price. If I were to pay this in installments, like they can do this in up to 12 installments of 124, the price would skyrocket to 1,494. Seems like a special one. Well, the price sure is a special one. Let's see, it looks like there's another couple models here. Out of stock, but at least on this site, they show the price. $999.90. 1,000 bucks. $899.99. 900 bucks. Also really expensive. And I'm sure shipping would cost like at least something like this to where I live. Roughly between 20-ish to 30 reais, more or less. Yeah, way too expensive. Here they sell it directly from the Logitech website for 140 euros. Yeah, even reais, 140 euros is not, well, it is a lot of money, because if I'm not mistaken, 1 euro is equal to close to 7 reais, I believe. But still, it's relatively more cheaper than it is here. But yeah, and if it were 140 reais, for example, oh, chef's kiss. Like 140 euros. See? Even in a direct conversion, it is cheaper than the cheaper one that I just found there. 868 and 61. Oh God, get me out of Brazil, please. But don't take me to Europe. The things are way too weird there right now, especially Britain. But yeah, it's too expensive. And the one that I have now, it hasn't been available for sale anymore. For a very long time. They don't even have the brand listed anymore, I believe. I think I originally bought it here on Pichau. Let's see if it is there now. Microphones. Yeah, no. It's not listed here on the brands anymore. This is a microphone by Chrome. I think that's how you spell it. Yeah, no product found. It's a Kimo Pro. Yeah, no, they don't even have this one available anymore. But I think when I bought this microphone, I think I paid less than 200 reais. It was a relatively good price. Okay, I think those curves are good. Let's go ahead and draw these claws. so I can finish the line art of this curve here, that line art. And I think I was using the same thickness, 3 pixels for the claws, yes. But yeah, too expensive. Even when I get a job, that is still going to be really expensive. It is going to be something that I will have to save up for a few months before I can afford it. Assuming I will even be able to save up for that. Shure, I've seen prices for Shure microphones before. I don't know that specific model, but the last time that I checked prices for Shure microphones, they were in the thousands. SM58. This one here. Let's see where to buy. Okay, I was about to say, my dad used to live in Chicago when he was in the United States in the 60s, but I don't think that would count. Most microphone used in the planet. Hopefully it's good then. Wow, not a single one of these stores is near where I live. The nearest one is in another state. Let's pick one of these shops, I guess. ainstrumental.net.br. This site can be reached. Yay, great. Okay, let's try musical store. Search. Holy cow. Well, this is wireless. 4,000. Is this microphone only wireless? Isn't it wired? Let's try a different shop. Wait, that's the same shop. Fudge. Said enough. I've never heard of this before. Okay, this is wired and out of stock, and they don't even show the price. Ay, ay, ay. No, Mercado Libre, let's see. Wait. Yeah, this is also really expensive. The price range, even the cheapest one here seems to be is very expensive. Like, assuming this is the correct one, 638. Reputation of the seller seems to be good, but 638. That is expensive. Way more expensive than what I paid on my microphone. Yeah, no. Too expensive. I'm telling you, man. Going back to what I was talking about Brazil when I was asked how it is to live here. Again, if you just want to visit, it's actually a really good place. Food is great, weather is great, people are great. But if you want to actually survive here, you better have some very deep pockets. Everything here is way too expensive and getting even more expensive. The government just announced a new change to taxes that are going to make things even more expensive. An increase of over 20%, and apparently that is going to be the highest tax rate in the entire world. I'm not making this up. In the entire world. You literally are incapable, unable, it's impossible to live an entire month or even half a month on just one single minimum wage here. Oh yes, I was drawing the claws. Sorry, I started ranting about Brazil and I forgot the claws. Forgot what I was doing. And like, there's no reason for any of those things to be so absurdly expensive here. One of the main excuses the people who defend higher taxes, especially over imported products, one of their main excuses is that, oh, we have to protect Brazil's markets, Brazil's industry. But man, Brazil doesn't do crap. We certainly don't make microphones. And even if we did, they would suck, because that's what happens whenever Brazil tries to make something, some kind of electronic. Have you ever heard of a brand called Positivo, for example? They make some of the worst computers you can ever buy. And I can say, I'm a computer technician. I've worked on plenty of those. I know exactly what I'm talking about. You think I don't know that, Riptane? You think I don't know? I know. I want to. I've wanted to leave Brazil and go to somewhere better since I was a kid. I just can't afford to do it. Even to just leave here to go somewhere better, it is absurdly expensive. I kid you not, I would need several thousands of reais to be able to afford to just leave, let alone actually live, or rather start a life somewhere else. Things are too expensive here. Do you have any idea how expensive it is, for example, for you to get a driver's license here in Brazil? Do you have any idea? I'll tell you how expensive it is. Most people usually, when they get a license here, they go for a license that enables you to drive a car and a motorcycle. That is expensive, but if you want a license for just a car, okay, a small car, which actually allows you to drive, there's a range of different kinds of cars you can drive with the same license for just car. Like my driver's license is a category B, and I can drive a small cars, these just a regular car like a hatch or a sedan, but I can also drive smaller pickup trucks. B class is car, A1 is motorcycle. Yeah, here you can get licenses. I think it's called an AB category, where you can drive car and motorcycle. But mine is just B for car and pickup trucks. But that's besides the point. Point is, those are a little cheaper than licenses for car and motorcycle. But even these cheaper ones, they literally cost thousands of reais. I believe that when I got my license, I had to pay. I had to pay in installments, of course, but the total price that I ended up having to pay was close to 3,000 reais. Imagine paying close to $3,000 for a driver's license for just a car, or I don't know, maybe 3,000 euros for a category B license. That is how expensive these are here. Actually, out of curiosity, let's go on the interwebs and let's see prices for a license. Let's see here in my city. There's let me see a driver's school. Wind car. Oh, they don't have their own websites? Well, whatever. This driver school, it actually used to be one of my clients on the last company that I worked at. Do they have a price here? They don't have prices. Contact, feedback, reuse. How the hell do you use Instagram? Seymour from Autoscola Wincar. Log in. Ah, screw you. Anyway, you can look it up yourself. It costs thousands over here to get a simple license. I shot a well over 5K. Yeah, but in Europe, as far as I recall, in the United States, it costs at most just a couple $100 or something. Let's see. How much does a driver's license cost in the United States?
According to Ballotpedia, as of March 2018, state-issued driver's license costs ranged from $10 per license to $89. As of March 2018, 8 states charged $20 or less for driver's licenses.
Holy crap! Not even 100! Not even 100! See? That is one of the reasons why I so desperately want and need to go live in the United States. Just 100, less than $100. Yeah, see, what you pay there is even more expensive here in Brazil, Riptane. You know what I could buy with how much I need to pay for a driver's license? I could probably upgrade my graphics card. Well, actually, no, maybe not. An RTX series, it costs as much as a car. An old used car, but a car nonetheless. But still, it's really expensive. It's at least a couple or 3 months of rent, that's for sure. And that's just for car and small pickup trucks. Anything more and it costs more. That reminds me, I need to renew my license next year. Oh man. Even to renew the license, it is really expensive. Last time that I had to renew mine, I had to pay... How much was it? I think it was close to 200 reais. Imagine having to pay $200 to renew your license. Well, I don't have to imagine, I know. Been there, done that. But yeah, I really need to get out of here. And I will once again state that promise that I made myself, that I kind of made myself, that if someday I do manage to go live in the United States, live and work there legally, that is really important. I want to go legally, and I want to get and I want to eventually, well, just let me correct the thing. And I want to eventually achieve US citizenship. But anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. If someday I can manage to live in the United States and get a citizenship, become an actual US citizen, the very first thing that I'm gonna do when I get that citizenship is to go out and buy the biggest American flag I can afford at the time and hang it on my house, and I'm going to respect the hell out of that flag. You know, the United States, it has many problems. There's no country in the world that doesn't have problems, of course. And they have their share. But still, compared to certainly Brazil, for example, that is nearly paradise. there is a very good reason why basically the entire world has always wanted to go to the United States and live there. That doesn't happen for no reason. Problems or not, it's still a better place to live. Certainly than here. At least when it comes to surviving there. Are things expensive here and there? Some things, yes, of course. That happens in the entire world. But they are not unaffordably expensive like in here. Seriously, did you know that if you wish to install solar panels in your house here in Brazil, to try and save up on your power bill, you actually won't really save that much? And you know why? That's because you have to pay taxes over solar energy here. Yeah. You have to pay, you have to spend several thousands of reais to install solar panels, plus their maintenance, which it's not really cheap, and you have to pay taxes over them. As long as you use them, you have to pay taxes. So whatever you end up saving in your power bill by not getting power from the grid, you end up spending about the same or even more in taxes. They literally charge you taxes over the sunlight. That's why when I say that they only haven't started charging taxes over the air we breathe because they couldn't figure out how to do it yet. That's why when I say that, I am not joking, I am actual being literal. They only haven't started charging taxes over the air because they couldn't figure out how to do it. But give them time. Give them time. There was one president in Brazil actually who once talked about finding a way to store wind. Like literally put wind in storage. And you know what happens when you can store wind? Well, you can find a way to measure that and charge taxes over that. Hey, someone liked one of my comments. What did I write here? What is the comment? Oh, yeah, it was a comment about Rumble mode in Rocket League. Yeah, I really need to leave this country. Mind you, I can say I do like to live here. Again, food is great, the weather is great, people are great. But to actually make a living here, that's undoable. It's way too expensive. It's unaffordably expensive. You literally can't have nice things here. Like I remember, for example, a few streams ago, one of the viewers in chat was talking about, was saying that he was going to leave the stream because he was going to go to the store to buy himself a new game controller. And I didn't say this on stream, but internally in my mind I was like, man, how is it possible someone can just go to the store to get a controller like they're going to buy groceries, you know? But that's because they're just that cheap over there. Over here, to buy a controller is something you actually have to plan and in some cases save up for a few months so you can afford. That's how I got my first game controller. I had to save up for a few months. Actually, that's how I got all of my game controllers. I have 3 of them. Well, for PC anyway. I have a few more for my Wii and my Wii U. But even those, I also had to save up for several months. And to buy my Wii U and my Wii, I had to save for a couple years before I could afford them. And meanwhile, in the United States, specifically in this example anyway, if you want to buy one of those, at most you have to save up for a couple weeks. And in many cases, you basically just go into the store and just get them. Just check the absolute bare bone minimum you have to pay here for a Class B driver's license. It is 1,730 euros for a local driving school. And that's without any non-mandatory practice hours. Yeah, that is expensive in Europe. But still, that's cheaper than here in Brazil. Relatively speaking anyway. Because again, like I usually say, if you want to have a real idea of how expensive something in Brazil is, you have to look at the price here and imagine that price is in either dollars or euros or pounds. You know, like if you see something that costs 2,000 reais, you have to imagine that thing costs $2,000, for example, or 2,000 euros. You know, that's how you can get a clear idea of how expensive that specific thing really is here. So like, if a driver's license here in Brazil were to cost 1,700 reais, for example, that's 1,730, right? If it were to cost that many reais, for example, well, that's way cheaper than nearly 3,000 reais. I need to bring this black line up a little bit more. Yeah, but that is in a direct conversion, because if we were to actually take a price of something in Europe and actually bring it over, like imports to Brazil, then you also have to take into account all of the taxes that Brazil has. And you remember that example from when you were building that PC for your friend, for example, right, Reptang? Remember when I told you that what you paid on those parts over there, if you were to build the same thing over here, you would be spending like around, how much did I say? Around 30,000? Yeah, I was not joking. I remember you actually looked it up, and it was very close to my estimates. And all of that because of taxes. All because of taxes. Okay, I think this leg is finished. Oh no, wait a second. I forgot to detail the claws. A very simple detail. And yeah, I really want to move out to the United States legally, of course. Problem is, I don't know if I'm ever going to be able to do it. And I am starting to get a little old to do that. I'm still young, mind you, but I am already not as young as I was when I should have finally moved out. I'm already 36, just a little bit more and I'm gonna be 40. What am I gonna do past my 40s in there? How am I gonna do it? I remember when I was a kid, one of the many things that I wish I could do in the United States when I moved there was to go trick-or-treating. Because I always saw that in movies and TV shows. And it looked really fun. And I mean, free candy. Hell yeah. But now I am too old to do that. That is actually one of the reasons why Brazil doesn't have a tradition in Halloween. That's why we never went and likely never will go trick-or-treating here. Candy is expensive as well. Depending on the brand of chocolate, a single chocolate bar, you are going to be easily paying over 30 reais. And it's not even the big chocolate bars, it's small ones. Do you know how much one of those smallest bags of Doritos costs here? It costs nearly 20 bucks. And when I say bucks, I mean reais, you know? It's a lot of money. Imagine paying $20 for a tiny bag of Doritos. And now we have to pay taxes even on Twitch payouts. I'm still mad over that. I've been robbed of nearly 90 reais. I talked about this on the last short sound, do you remember? I actually started the show with a rant over that. That is still too thin. I keep adjusting this and thinking it is wrong, too thick, but when I zoom out, it is actually too thin. It's still too thin. It's still not quite right. Okay, that should do it. Let's now do the detailing on this one. I'm getting hungry. But I want to finish all of these line arts today, and all I have left to do here to finish these line arts are these legs. So I am very close to finishing this. Oh, wait a minute, I gotta remove this. Yeah, there we go. I'm curious about something. Let me grab my phone again. Can a Brazilian legally drive in the United States with a Brazilian driver's license?
According to Wise, you can drive in the US with a foreign driver's license, but there's a limit to how long you can use your license. If you're visiting the US for a temporary trip, you can apply for an international driving permit from your home country before you travel.
Okay, so technically speaking, the answer is yes. Okay, I think this leg is done. Let's move the sketch away so I can have a clear view of this. Yeah, that is looking pretty good. Let's draw her final leg, and then her line art will be complete. Oops. I almost ran out of breath humming that. Go, let's change the thickness before I forget. No, actually, the anchor point needs to go over there. There, now I can curve that like that. Oh, I'm so close to being done with this. I can't wait. No, wait a second. That anchor point is supposed to stay there for a little longer. Yeah, there, that works. Vectors are so good to work with. I hate how long it takes to make them, but and how little there is to talk about while making them, but oh, they are so good to work with. Oh, by the way, guys, I don't know if I have mentioned this on stream before. I talked about it before, but not of the decision. I think I am ready to finally launch the membership tiers on my Ko-fi. I think I'm finally ready to launch those. I don't know when exactly, but I do want to launch those as soon as possible. So look forward to that, and follow me on Ko-fi also. There should be some hopefully nice perks there, stuff that people are going to like. One of the perks is, of course, early access to all my finished art. Which, to remind you of my plans, as soon as I finish something, I'm going to post it, to upload it to Ko-fi first. So people who are subscribed to the supporter tiers, the membership tiers there, will be able to see it at full resolution, full quality, the best of everything. The thing, oh my god, my brain just crashed. The picture, the artwork will be at its highest quality possible. I'll post there first, so people who are subscribed to the tiers will gain access to it earlier, and only then, 1 week later, I will make it available for free on DeviantArt. And when I finally get that Fur Affinity account active for commissions, only then, 1 week after it is uploaded to DeviantArt, it will only then it will be uploaded to For Affinity, but at a lower resolution and lower quality. I actually, on purpose, I will lower the resolution and save it as a JPEG. So people, sorry, anyone using FA, whenever that account is active, if you want to see art, if you want to see it at a good quality and high resolution, you have to either go to DeviantArt 1 week after the thing is finished, or you have to subscribe to my Ko-fi. But yeah, that is basically the plan. I may change those times from a week to 2 weeks maybe, but yeah, for now anyway, I want at least a 1 week long wait. I think 1 week is enough time. It's not too much, not too little. I think and I hope it is fair for everyone. Or maybe I could do 2 weeks to post it on DA, and then 1 week from DA to post it on FA. So yeah, post first on Ko-fi, wait 2 weeks, then post it on DeviantArt so everyone can see it for free, and 1 week later post it on For Affinity at lower quality. Yeah, that might actually be a little better. Although I'm not fond of how long the wait time is, but should make the stuff on the tier anyway on Ko-fi a little more worth it. I don't know, it's something for me to think of and tweak as we go. Let's draw these claws. And by the way, so far, I ended up with six tiers for Ko-fi. Each higher tier, of course, gives access to all the stuff from the previous tier as well. And the tiers, they start again. I'm still not sure if the prices that I set to them are fine, are good. This is the first time that I'm doing this. I tried asking around for feedback, but I didn't get any, so I'm just gonna have to wing it, I guess. But regardless, point is, for now anyway, the prices for these tiers, they start at $2 and go all the way up to 30 on the highest tier, which is tier 6. It is 30, right? It is either 30 or 25. Can't remember right now. Do you think this here needs to be a little more curved? Maybe, yeah, maybe a little bit. Just a teeny tiny bit. Yeah, that is much better. Much better. Okay, let's detail these claws and then pointify all the lines that need to be pointified. And I think that is going to be the last thing for this leg. And with that, I should be done with her line art. That's too thin and too high up. Okay, that is much better. Now for this one. Now this one is too thick. Oh, you want to know something else that is also really expensive here for no reason other than taxes? Digital games. Oh, I have Steam running. Like seriously. Check this out. Little Kitty Big City and Pacific Drive, for example. Both of these games cost nearly 100 reais. Imagine paying close to $100 for either one of these games, for example. These are just digital releases. They don't have to be expensive. And yet they are. Oh, I forgot, gotta draw this here too. I really want to leave this country. Oh, and you know where else they decided to add taxes to? That should not even have taxes? Inheritances. So say for example you have a very rich uncle and this uncle passes away and he leaves his fortune to you. You will have to pay a lot of taxes over that inheritance if you want to receive it. Also the lottery. If you win a big prize in the lottery, a chunk of that will go to the government. Like a big chunk. I just don't know how much. It really de-incentivizes you from even trying. For even trying the lotto. Actually everything de-incentivizes you from trying it. Is that right? There's something off about this claw. I think the problem is up here. This still seems off. Okay, I think it looks better now. Let's make a cut right here. part. Oops. Ooh, perfect. Okay. And now just a very small detail. And then I can finally move on to just pointifying the lines that need to be pointified. And then this will be finished. Oh, I already converted the script. Yeah, that should be fine. Yeah, I just got a pointify now, and this will be finished. Finally. After over half a year, actually, not just half a year, over a year. After over a year, I'll finally be able to color this and move on to finally finishing it. Did it change the thickness? I did. For a moment I thought I was using the wrong thickness on this line. That is going way too far. Let's bring this closer. That's good. Let's use a little less curve here. Okay, I think this is fine. Let's make the cut right here. And snip snip. Change that to black. And there we go. Now here. UTS? What is UTS? Oh, actually, this anchor point is supposed to go over here, not there. Oh, the underground train station. Nice. There's still a very small corner poking here. I don't like that. That's worse. Okay, this works. Okay. Oh, is that point there going to be perfect for the cuts? Ooh, it is. Nice. Here? I may be wrong, but I think this pointification here is going to be the last one that I gotta do. Maybe like that. Yeah, this is taking shape. Very nice. I think that's it. Now let's look at here. Yeah, look at that ball there. Looking good. The leg too. Awesome sauce. Okay, so I believe all I gotta do next is group the legs with the wing, and I can export them. So let's group the legs together first. Okay. And now let's group the legs with... Oops, wait. This isn't grouped. Why is this isn't grouped? I grouped this earlier. The heck? Oh, that was weird. Anyway. Now we can group these two together. If I can remember how to do it. It's not control that I have to hold it shift. Yeah, there we go. So save. And now we delete everything except these, and these now can be exported as their own layer. Let's go with this right side line arts. If you don't mind, I'm going to skip to the next song. There's too much dubstep on that one. Yeah, there we go, nice. Everything seems to be quite fine here. Good. So let's bring everything that I have deleted back into view. And turn these gray. Now, the last thing to be done here is the membrane of this wing. And this here, since it is just one small part of the membrane that is visible, this should, fudge. This should be very easy and quick to do. Wait a minute, what am I doing? I'm not supposed to do this. Never mind, I am. Sometimes I don't know what I'm doing. For a moment I thought this was one thing, but this is a different one. Yeah, this might work out better if I just pointify a line. Yeah, I'll do that. There, that should do it. Such flexibility in vectors. I love that. Yeah, that's the wrong thing. Yeah, that's still the wrong thing. God damn it. There, I found the thing that I need to click on. Okay, I think that is right. This here could be a little more curved. So let's put it here and do this. Oh yeah, that is looking much better. Okay, so now I think I only gotta pointify this here and then export and everything will be done. So let's get started on that. If only you could see what holds you close to me, following my heart. This is too long. Is something waiting for you? Resurrect me now, forever. When I stare into your eyes, tell me what you believe. Comfort me with your lies. I need you next to me. You bring me back to life. You bring me back to life. Now for the point of cutting, right here. That should do it. Yes. Oh, yes. Look at this, everyone. Just got a group, export, and the line art for this commission will finally be finished. I mean, technically it already is. Yeah. Hold up, oops. Save first. Delete. And this here, export. Right wing membrane line art. And because it is finished, turn it gray. Fun flipping task. Now, of course, there's still these lines here, for example, but I'm gonna do these in Photoshop. I don't have to draw them in CorelDRAW. Then again, if I do it, I'm gonna have more precision on the lines. But then I'd have to do it as a layer. And yeah, no, I'm not gonna bother. If I figured out that it's best if I do draw these lines as vectors, then I'll come back to this file here and do it. But otherwise, that is not going to be needed. And I am expecting it won't. So there we go. I ended up with a total of 5 layers. Right, got the head, 1 wing membrane, 2 legs in the wing, another wing membrane, and her body. Great. Yes, finally. Woohoo! Okay, everyone. So for the next Stewart Sunday, if God allows me, I will be, well, I am done now with vectors, but for the next Stewart Sunday, I will be finally coloring this dragon lady. I'll do coloring on her, and then it's off to whatever comes next. I still want to make a better background from what I got so far. This isn't finished, but I'm not happy with the direction I was taking with this original background here. I still don't really know how I can improve this, but I'll eventually figure it out. Regardless, for the next Stewart Sunday, next week, we can expect me to be coloring this character. I think her name is Diane. So yeah, I'm gonna bring all of those vectors that I have just exported as PNG. I'm gonna bring everything into Photoshop. I'm gonna, of course, be replacing this sketch here with those. Color them, and once they are colored, I think I'm gonna work on the background then, after that. And only after I have everything in place, at least all the basics, only then I'm gonna do the shading and effects. And long story short, this is actually not too far from being finished. I don't know how long it is going to take for me to actually finish it. I don't expect it will take me less than at least another... Assuming I only work on this on the Stewart Sunday, at least 7 Stewart Sundays, at least 7 shows. But maybe less, or maybe more. I don't know. Point is, next time, no more vectors. I will be coloring this. Sounds good? Sounds good. Look at that. That bot managed to get past the phrase blockage that I made. Hold up. Do not click that link in here, people. I am going to add that sentence exactly as it's spelled. Notice that the characters on cheap there. Why can't I click on the same? I'm just gonna do it on the main PC here. Hold on. Notice the characters on that, on the word cheap there. They are different. Cheap there. I can hear myself. Oop. They are different, so that bot can get past security stuff. Here, let's copy this. I'm gonna ban the bot in a moment. Where's moderation? Moderation. Block terms and services. What? No. Let's add that. And let's also do this. Dealers on. Now let's ban the bots. Malicious bots are not welcome here. Can you stop opening stuff? There we go. I wonder what is the next combination that these bots are gonna try to get stuff on my chat. So anyway, man, I'm hungry. So yes, everyone, those are the plans for the next Stewart Sunday. I am very happy that I am finally making progress on this very overdue commission. And hopefully I'm gonna make this be very worth the wait and the price, and hopefully the Pianist Dragon, who's the person who ordered this commission, hopefully he will like it. So yes, everyone, that's gonna do it for me for today. You are free now. You are free to go. Thank you all so much for joining the stream today. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you had fun. Thank you so much for sticking around for this long if you are still here since the beginning. And you all have a very great week, everyone. And don't forget, I should be releasing my Ko-fi. I can never remember what those are called. Ko-fi supporter tiers, membership tiers. Yes, I should be releasing those membership tiers very soon. If you want a preview of what's in there so far, because I might do some smaller editing between now and actually launching it. But if you would like to see a preview, I posted about it on Ko-fi itself, on my Twitter, I think on YouTube also. I don't remember where I put. Oh, also on my Tumblr. Anyway, so if you'd like to see a preview, check out me on those platforms. There are links to them below the stream, and you can also see my handles here actually on the overlay of the stream. And yes, I will not forget GP8 there. I'll check that later tonight. So yeah, look forward to those tiers there, and hopefully something there will interest you. And if you can, please subscribe, because that will help me greatly. And even if you can't, just tell people about my stuff. If you know someone who you think might like my content, just tell them, share my channel, share my gallery, share my stuff. That also helps a lot. So yes, everyone, have a great week. Thank you so much again, and until we meet again on the next stream, God bless you all, stay safe and healthy, sleep well when you go to bed, and as always, dream of dragons. Hopefully I'll see you again very soon. And don't forget, I might stream on this next Wednesday, 7 p.m. Eastern, maybe, not confirmed, probably. So also look forward to that. Anyway, dream of dragons, everyone. See you, everything. See you, everyone. Thank you so much. Dream of dragons. Bye bye.
Some problems and we don't know what to do. You've come to find your feelings and exactly what you knew. The odds are stacked quite poorly if without a winning hand. But bear in mind your bearing's only worse if you don't try. Don't bet on taking trips because they'll turn your trips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. Citrus can seem quite big if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I will not let that my opinion of such enough. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mar my opinion of the fact that if you could fix the failings of the current paradigm, we would have a hero who's both been elusive and on time. Just on time. And then we would all contrive new conflicts, you know. So bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mar my opinion of the year. Bet on sinking ships because they'll turn your chips to trash. You've got to set your sights and hopes on setting not to crash. The truth can seem quite bleak if you don't make your plans unfurl. But I would not let that mar my opinion. Stipulations placed before you to get all the things you really need. Mr. Big may make things hard, but you have got to plant your seeds. Go to war, fight more. Your dreams thrive by competition. You'll find no one famous ever got there just by flinching at their foes. Cling against the torment claw with all your might at what you know. Don't let go, just grow. Don't wait or play to indecision. Don't bet on taking trips because you've got to be more grand. You got to think ahead and carry out the things you planned. Citrus can be your fuse when you can see where fossils lay. Don't quit on hopes or dreams when you have simply got to chin up. Don't bet on sinking ships because they'll only drag you down. You got to keep on sailing even when you want to frown. The world will keep on turning without matter where you land. You might as well be running when your feet should hit the sand. Don't bet on taking trips because ships go trash.